were invited to choose keywords. When in the European or national funding frameworks, our project would supposedly fit. There comes the problem of trying to categorize our research work. One of the institutional blockages Georgina Watson promptly reminded us of this morning. As our CVs and further research proposals get evaluated, the tension between being committed to interdisciplinarity and sticking to one particular disciplinary field becomes ever so prominent. Funding agencies, while encouraging this action, appear not to be ready for evaluating interdisciplinary research reflectors. Perhaps they themselves should become interdisciplinary, as Tanya article says. Whether this is the case, and in which ways funders actually can facilitate, stimulate, and support interdisciplinarity, we are going to discuss today with now, full professor at the Institute of Classical Studies at the Faculty of Humanities and Arts of our University of Coimbra, Rob Wittger, assistant professor of philosophy of science and research evaluation at Coimbra University in Denmark, and Michael Ochner, who's a senior researcher at the Swiss Center of Expertise in Social Sciences in Lausanne, Switzerland, who's joining us online. So welcome, and I give the floor to Delphine Young with the paper Multilingualism and Language Biases in Research Assessments, Impressions from Acquired Group. Share the
please. The presentation is here. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it?
Thank you very much, Olga, for the very kind presentation, and thank you very much to the Sage Wind for the invitation and for having promoted this conference, which I think is an excellent idea from a programmatic view, because it's a way of having a better understanding of your own identity as a research group and of the challenges that implied in having an interdisciplinary research group as important as big as yours is. And so today, I would like to, let's say, share a few thoughts on this question that has to do with multilingualism, language biases in research assessment, which is a topic with which I have been involved for several years by now. And it's not my main topic. I interest myself a lot on language because I'm a classical philologist, so I deal with ancient Greek and Latin, and normally we have to deal with many other languages. That's a normal thing to do. But in recent years, I have been involved in a research group that deals mainly with questions respecting multilingualism and how they affect mainly our options as researchers when comes the time to decide in which language we should publish. Of course, I started publishing mainly in Portuguese, and I found this quite natural. It's done 25 or 30 years ago, because it was a much smaller world by then than it is now. And also because what I do has a direct connection to Portuguese culture. So if I deal with Portuguese language, culture, and cultural heritage, it's normal that I should write as well, or mainly in Portuguese. But then this started to change very quickly. On the one hand, because in a certain way, I became a little bit more international than I used to be. So that's the normal thing to do. And for young researchers now, this comes at a very much earlier stage in their careers, because in a certain way, we are expected or even forced to have this kind of international liaison, international connections. 30 years ago was not the case. I mean, we started usually at university, then widening a little bit into the country, then to neighboring countries, and only at a later stage other countries as well. And so English as a lingua franca came to me at a relatively later stage in terms of having a need to publish in English. But before that, I published in other languages, such as, because it was normal for me to do, let's say, besides Portuguese, in Spanish or in French. I mean, in which I have published more often. But at a certain, let's say, moment, this was not apparently enough, because, and I remember quite well, let's say, a research evaluation, our evaluation of our research center, perhaps some 10 years ago or so, when we were said very clearly, you should not at all publish in Portuguese. If you do this, this is simply a national, let's say, this is the kind of publication that has only interest at the national level. So you will never become an international research if you don't publish and the word is in English. That's very clear. Of course, there's nothing against English, because we reacted against this idea, because one of our main activities has to do with translation from ancient Greek and Latin into Portuguese. This is an important way of even demonstrating our relevance as researchers, because we are doing and filling a gap that other research centers cannot fill, but this was clearly not enough. And I have to admit by now that I agree with that. This was clearly not enough. The problem has to do with the, let's say, the intensity with this can be admitted and said. One thing is, you have, if you want to become more international, you have to use a more international language, and by now is English, as in previous years has been, let's say, French, or in ancient times Latin for 1,000 years, or even before that, ancient Greek of the Coimbra of, let's say, the New Testament, for example. So we always will need common language, and by now English, of course, has this role. But one thing is having a lingua franca. A completely different thing is obliging us, or making an obligation to have a lingua única. That English is the sole language that can be, adopted and mainly evaluated in a positive way. So when you take the option of publishing in other languages than English, so what we say local languages, you always have to face this dilemma. And by doing this, I am, of course, taking a risk, because probably this won't be considered a high-level investigation, and I won't get, let's say, the evaluation, or won't be succeeded in presenting or delivering a paper, or in submitting a proposal for a certain project, and so on. So what we would like to have in all those discussions regarding multilingualism is not having anything against English. We are using English because we need a common language to do this. And it's easier by now to speak, let's say, bad English and being slightly or more or less easily understood by the community. The question is, should we do it when we want to do it, or are we obliged to do it all the time and forget about our own languages as fully scientific languages? And this is the key question. So I should be able to publish in my own language, in local languages, and be able to do it in other languages, maybe in English or in other languages as well, because when we talk about translation, we always speak about our own language as a departure point, and then the arrival is English. And this is common in Portuguese as is in other languages. This is a common question. But should not mean, it should not be always like this. I can publish from Portuguese into French, or into German, or into Polish, or whatever it is. So should we do this, or are we allowed to do this? And the answer to this question has to do with this research tool. So maybe not. Okay, so yeah, I spoke too much. That's clearly the machine is correct. So first, a very, let's say, quick presentation of COARA. What is COARA? This is a coalition for advancing research assessment. I minimize this. Yeah, you don't need to see it so intensely. So, of course, COARA is worried about many other things that do not deal only with language, of course, and language of publication, is to recognize in the evaluation diverse outputs and practices and activities, and maximize the quality and impact of research. This is online. You can, if you Google COARA, you'll have all this information. So this requires, and I'm quoting, basing assessment primarily on qualitative judgment, for which peer review is simple, supported by responsible use of quantitative metrics, the question of using quantitative metrics in evaluation. So this is globally the goal of COARA. And there are several working groups within COARA, and one is dedicated to multilingualism and language biases in research assessment, because it really exists. And if you are not an English native speaker, you will always feel this. And even sometimes when you are a native English speaker, you sometimes have to face this kind of comments. This should be proofread by an English speaker, because clearly English is not at level, has not had levels that it should have. So this clearly exists. And when it comes to evaluate a paper, if you think that there's something with the language, immediately you start to devaluate the contribution that is in there. And when it comes to, let's say, interdisciplinary work, this is really important, because sometimes we really need our language. If we are discussing linguistics or cultural issues, it's extremely important that you are able to publish in your own language. If you have, clearly you are losing an important part of your contribution as a scholar. And it's also a fact that, of course, we all want to publish in a rural or international journal of something. Okay, that's something that we expected to do and want to do. But we have as well to do this and to combine this with the ability to publish in something that may be local, maybe regional, that deals with issues, with questions that nobody else will address. So if we don't do this, and if this is not validated as a valid research, topic, we will avoid this kind of questions, because we won't risk our own career, and because of this, it won't be discussed. Because it will remain undiscussed. So this is one of the questions that we intend to deal with, and of course the idea of linguistic equity, diversity, and non-discrimination in Europe and globally. Because as a Portuguese speaker, when in those fora, I said, okay, I feel as a Portuguese that our language is not taken seriously enough as a fully scientific language. And someone from Denmark or Finland, but you have 10 million speakers in Portugal, but if you take into consideration Brazil and all the others, is 250 million. How can you say that you are? But the problem exists even in Europe. We are clearly losing, the diversity we used to have, and of which we should be proud of. And one of the questions has to do with this. We are clearly losing, because if we don't publish, this is not mainstream, won't be taken into consideration, won't be taken in the ranking of the universities, in the evaluation of research centers. A proposal that you submit can go on career. And if you don't take into consideration the reward system and all this, of course, it won't work. So interactions and communications in all languages without exclusions or priorities. So the idea is not fighting English. This makes no sense. And English native speakers are not, they are not guilty of anything. They just, but it's simply to fight for the right of being able to make, let's say, to find a balance between the language which you'd like to publish. So main objectives of the working group. So raise awareness across all fields about, and I'm quoting the UNESCO Open Science Declaration, in which some 2 or 3 years ago, it was an important document regarding open science, and multilingualism is clearly part of it. Multilingualism in practice of science, in scientific publications, and in academic communication. usually, I mean, it's an output of an academic, let's say, meeting, and it can be published in a local language. But when it comes to articles in journals, it's very clear that English is the language that you choose, and even in other areas as well. And this is happening as well in the social science and humanities. I mean, typically we used to resist this idea to fight for our own language, but we are clearly now losing the ground. So an idea is to provide institutions with guidelines so that they be able to recognize, reward, and incentivize the usage of all language, so also of our local languages, without and addressing those questions that are extremely important: language biases in metrics and expert assessments and rankings. Because if an expert is not ready to read, if we are going to be evaluated next year, if all the people, all the teams that are going to evaluate us are simply unable to read anything in Portuguese, how can they evaluate us? I mean, completely. We will lose something in the process. That's very clear. So even if it is international, should be taken into consideration, not in terms that some kind of knowledge of the language should also be present. So some challenges. This is the state of the art, so the current situation. Language biases and language priorities in assessment are one of the most important sources of global and socio-economic inequality in science. That's a fact. So how can we try to change this? So boost the awareness of users of multilingualism, its role and benefits. In fact, it's a way of promoting interdisciplinarity, inclusion, and particularly important in the fields of social science and humanities, and recognize and reward research published and communicated in any language. If those who fund us, who evaluate us, are not ready, and who hire us are not ready to recognize and reward this kind of effort, then of course we will simply fight against something that won't produce any useful result. And then incentivize multilingualism in all the areas as high quality, locally relevant research. This is important. I mean, there's no problem in being highly locally relevant. I mean, we also need something that must be highly relevant at the local level, but then of course combine this with a more international strategy, which raises another important question. What is international? What needs to become international? This is not the topic of our talk today. Just some of a small list of some of the initiatives that are really focused on the value of multilingualism. Multilingualism is a topic that is clearly gaining momentum right now. So there's an increasing interest on the topic, and I think this is connected as well with tools that exist by now. I mean, everybody speaks about artificial intelligence, how it can be applied to large language models, how we can have, let's say, a quite reliable translation by simply using this kind of automatic translation. So it is not impossible to read and to communicate with others, even when we don't know their languages. So moving forward, and so what ways of adding value to this? So align initiatives and strands of work that can promote multilingualism, facilitate mutual learning beyond Europe. And this is also important for, like a country for Portugal. We are very small in Europe, but when we put together the Portuguese-speaking world, then it becomes quite a much wider reality. And if we put together as well the Spanish-speaking countries, then it is really a big bulk of people that have the same way of perceiving the world, and the language, as everybody knows, is the way of perceiving the world. And then link multilingualism in assessment with multilingualism in scholarly communication ecosystems. So it's not only about publishing only in English, but publish as well in other languages, and supporting as well communities of non-fluent speakers, because this is one of the main challenges we have. If you are a young scholar, you have to publish in a different language. How will you find the necessary funding for this? And so it's a way of excluding people from being able to publish. And I'm about to finish. I have 58 seconds, so I'll be very quick and speak about two initiatives linked to the Operas Consortium. One is this discovery platform, which is called GoTriple. It was launched last March with something like 4 million documents already available. And right now it has about 15 million documents and the same number of profiles. So it's really increasing. And the idea is that it becomes the main aggregator of publications in social science and humanities and one of the services of the Open Science Cloud. And why is it related to multilingualism? Because the research tools, the way to reach abstracts, keywords, and we expect in the future the content as well, can be, I mean, research can be made in, if I'm not mistaken, 14 different languages. So we worked a lot on ontologies, translating them into different languages. And this idea of a balanced multilingualism strategy is not about, let's say, avoiding the need of a lingua franca, we need it, but more the, yes, you're right. I have to finish. No, that's okay. But this balance, a lingua franca is not a lingua única. So even if we opt for using a lingua franca, we need it. We should not be forced to, let's say, give up of our own languages or other languages as fully scientific and cultural languages as well. And this is my last slide. This is an ongoing project of a project Operas Plus, I mean, related to the consortium I spoke about. And one of the things that we are developing there is a platform. So what we have just prepared, we delivered, the first delivered was prepared was made public in August, so it's something quite recent. It was the design study for this Operas translation service. It's not so much, let's say, in developing a tool that provides a solution for translating from one language into another, because there are so many things happening. It's really impossible for, let's say, a small research group to cope with what is happening, what is making Microsoft, Google, and all the others. But it's more work with the communities on how can we improve the content of a translation. If I want to publish, I wrote a work in Portuguese, I would like to publish in German or in Spanish or even in English. I can have a working translation made by an automatic, but then I need to improve those, let's say, 3, 4, or 5% of accuracy that still lacks for the work to be published. Then I can involve the community in improving the quality of the work. And by doing this, it can work as well as a kind of open review. It's not only to improve the quality of the translation, but to improve the quality of the work that will be in the end published. So, and it may happen that even in the end, a single author work may become, let's say, a work shared by several authors, if in the end the argument is developed into different areas. So the pilot of this will be made public next year, so probably in March or something. It's being developed by Coimbra, involving other colleagues from other countries. And if you want to test it, you are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an informative talk. And now we're going to give the floor to our speaker. We're going to the dimensional assessment of research on the microscale. It's quite interesting, the idea of multiple dimensions. So we have spoken about multiple languages, and now it's multiple dimensions and different scales. Be quite challenging.
Let's move on. That's for later.
Yeah, that's good.
There must be a different one.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be there. Yes.
We seem to anticipate the session.
Well, Olga.
It's the one called assessment.
Okay.
Assessment.
Sorry.
Yes, here we are. We have to add another 2 minutes for the transition.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. So yes, here you have the title already, multidimensional assessment of interdisciplinary research on the microscale. A nice long title. Yeah. I just have to say, you know, we are only 6 million people in Denmark, so,
Yes.
so you're actually well on, but we have those problems as well. But okay, I'll see if I can make this work. There you go. So I put in a little skeleton to a sort of a sign of appreciation of the talk earlier. But you can't really see this. My name is Rolf Wittfeldt. It's easier to pronounce than you might think from the spelling. Wittfeldt. I'll just say a little bit about this. I'm head of together with a colleague of a interdisciplinary research group in Copenhagen, and just been appointed actually as associate director is behind the skill for a newly about to be established Center for Advanced Study also in Denmark. So where we will be working on interdisciplinary research as well. My background, I've listed all these things I work on because they will also sort of structure the talk. Overall, you might say I'm doing meta research, that is research on research. Of course, my background is in philosophy of science. I've studied especially interdisciplinary science, as well as psychology, philosophy of psychology and psychopathology, and philosophy of computer science as well. I've also studied collaboration as a topic, and then I've studied science communication, science advice, which is the communication of science specifically to policymakers. And then I've studied impact, which is a broader version of communication as well. And then I've studied collaboration in practice, and I will draw on things I've worked on in these areas during this talk. First of all, philosophy of science. And here we have research. We tend to talk mostly about research when we talk about interdisciplinarity, especially we need to talk about other things as well than the activities of people with a PhD degree or stuff like that. But first, and also as a bit of a sort of an announcement for, I have this tendency, I say I study meta research, but I also have this tendency to sort of dive into, whenever people say, this is what we do, I say, hey, can you explain that in a bit more detail? So that is sort of a red thread going to everything I'm going to present here. So the first thing is, if we talk about research, what is research? Very primitively put, we can say in research, we have some people knowing something about something, and they use this knowledge for some kind of purpose. This is very general, of course, but it is nevertheless a useful way of putting up things here. And if we have interdisciplinary research, at the outset, we have different groups of someone's knowing different things about different things for different purposes. And when we speak of integration, this opens for 4 dimensions. I said this would be multidimensional. So here are the first 4 dimensions where you can integrate research. You can integrate the people, you can integrate the knowledge, you can integrate the topic, or you can integrate the purpose. Of course, you can try to integrate it all at the same time, but I think that is more like an utopian situation. But these other versions are to different extents feasible. Actually, it's much easier to put people in the same room as we are now, or give them a sign on the door and say, now we have a center, and that would be sort of integrating people in a certain sense, but that doesn't mean that their knowledge or their topics or their purposes are integrated. Okay, so that's just a little bit of what goes on inside of science. This is now a new version of illustrating that we have different kinds of sciences. Here we have these different colors represent different disciplines, right? Oh my God, there's sound on. So
It's very much
we often talk about different disciplines as different silos, and this integration leads to sort of bridge large gaps between these silos. Actually, when you engage with scientists from many different disciplines, you will see that there are actually quite a bit of overlap between sciences. Sometimes, as it says here behind the sign again, sometimes there will be overlaps in topics. I can't read that. Sometimes in concepts, in theories, and methods, sometimes not, of course. But there are other aspects like the approach to being rigorous, the ideals of what good science is, the high level of education, and the social awkwardness, and the speed with which you work, which is in science actually not always very fast, at least compared to other groups. This ties people together across disciplines to a large extent. If we dive a bit deeper again into the question of integration, there are many different ways of being different. There can be demographic diversity in like age, gender, ethnicity, seniority. There might also be cognitive diversity, which of course is how you're disciplined, how you're trained, but also your experience with different things. The knowledge part, different concepts, theories, methods, skills, approaches, the quant-qual distinction, different perspectives overall. Then when you look at something, the topics, there may be different kinds of problems, different kinds of phenomena. And one thing I don't think we talk too much about is that there may be different blind spots. And one of the important things, one of the really sort of productive parts of interdisciplinarity, which should be also evaluated, is the pointing out of blind spots in other disciplines. There, for instance, computer science, as we talked about earlier, they have a wealth of blind spots for the rest of us to point out. So that's perfect. Then, of course, the purposes, there can be many kinds of purposes. Some of them are situated within basic science, some in applied science, and you can have, drawing a bit of on Habermas, perhaps you can say that there might be different impact interests, different things you aim for. So integration can be along all these and other dimensions. This would be sort of an integration, right? Increasing the overlap. Now here comes the fun part, because it's not all about research. Also, here's another fun part that comes first. Sort of the specific relation between knowledge and topic or something is something I wrote a book about a couple of years ago, which dives deep into those technicalities. I'm not going to say more about that now, because I'm going to say a little more about it later. Okay, so here, again, back to the fun part. There are other people involved in research and in the uptake and use of research and in the sort of making research work process than researchers. We have, you are all familiar with that, of course, the administration at university. You have leadership, and you have rules and regulations going on that we all have to deal with. The other way, there are people who should use the research out in the society. There will be policymakers, there will be practitioners, and there will, in the end, simply be people or end users out there, the people affected most. One important aspect here about interdisciplinarity is that at all these levels, there are also many different interdisciplinarities. Actually, policymakers are trained, they are educated in different ways, so are practitioners and people themselves. And it is much easier for someone trained in psychology to sort of make use of new developments in psychology than for people not trained in psychology, for instance. So those horizontal roots matter also. The other way, the administration, if you ever build large interdisciplinary projects in going across faculties and different disciplines, you will notice, at least that is my experience, that they work very differently in different departments, even the administrative units, and integrating like the administration from computer science with psychologists or the administration in psychology is actually really a complex topic as well, and that I think is underestimated at some point. So this is a question also of how the knowledge produced by researchers is disseminated out into the rest of the system, and it's also a question of how knowledge from outside research is disseminated back into the system. And earlier this year, a colleague of mine, David Peterson, and I published a paper called The Missing Links of Research Impact, where we try to develop a causal framework for how impact actually happens. And we did that on the basis of a study we did 4 or 5 years ago, started 5 years ago, where we had a sample of 50 researchers at our own institutions who we followed for a year, and we recorded all their activities, all their dissemination activities. And we turned that into this rather complex taxonomy of different ways of transferring information from research to other places, you might say. All the red ones are when there's some kind of product through which we say that is a sort of impact by proxy. All the blue ones are when you are actually present in person, and like in teaching down here. And all the green ones are information transferred from elsewhere to the researchers. And the most important part of this is that only like 5 of the small boxes in this diagram are actually what is measured in normal research evaluation. And the most important part of this, I think the most important part of this is the big blue one down here. That's education. That's the main route for getting knowledge out into society, of course, but that is not accounted for in research evaluation, and especially and not in evaluation of interdisciplinary research either. So that's just we are trying to sort of point in the direction of how you could assess this larger corpus of activities, but we are not quite there yet. Back here, there's a specific version of impact, you might say, that is the relation between research and the policy level. And again, if you're engaged in trying to make researchers communicate to policymakers, you will quickly find that many researchers have a very limited understanding of the policy world. And they have, and the policymakers as well, have quite a difficult time understanding each other. So one type of sort of interdisciplinarity would be creating a larger overlap between these two areas. That is a difficult topic in itself. We have studied this, we have studied in Denmark, the current sort of, as it says here, the ecosystem of science for policy, all the mechanisms that are in place in Denmark to transfer scientific knowledge to policy making. There's a lot of actually interdisciplinary work going on within these knowledge broker units, you might call them, or yeah, like these units that's for transferring of knowledge. They do interdisciplinary synthesis themselves, and struggle with that. And this is another part that should be evaluated more closely, also from the other side, whether policymaking, whether legislation is actually sufficiently informed by the knowledge we actually have. Back to this beautiful picture. We talk about the integration of, I talk about the integration of research here. When I show it like this, it can illustrate another problem, which is that if you integrate research, if you do interdisciplinary research, this actually harms the alignment between research and the uptake side and also the administration side. I mentioned that earlier, that sort of the computer science administration can have problems working with the psychology administration unit, but here we sort of, at least we stress this relation. It's easier if we stay within the silos. The other part is if you move out to practitioners, again, the psychologists, they can more easily uptake pure psychology, which they were trained for at the outset. Then they can take up the interdisciplinary research that may include other aspects. It's not that this will hinder constructive work, but it might make things more difficult. And then this is the final thing I want to show. Some research I've been involved in is that actually interdisciplinarity goes on also out in society between practitioners, as I try to illustrate here. And I've studied that. This is in Danish, so we're multilingual now, but this is a study of, in Denmark we have a function called PPR, it says Pædagogisk Psykologisk Rådgivning, is psychological and pedagogical advice for schools and daycare institutions. So we have this units, if you have a child suffering from some sort of issues, you can call these units and get help. And they are interdisciplinary. They have physiotherapists, psychologists, different professions working together who aim to sort of combine their knowledge in devising some sort of advice or solution to help these children. We studied that. We studied the interdisciplinary integration and the negotiations going on there. And let's just say it's not a happy thing going on. There are lots of, this is the sign almost from before, there are lots of different diversity, demographic and cognitive. There are different kinds of knowledge. There are different kinds of, you should think that they were actually talking about the child and to help that, but they have different kinds of topics, different kinds of things they focus on. And it turns out when they work together, what rather than solving problems, they actually end up in negotiating or more clearly maintaining professional hierarchies. So interdisciplinary collaboration in practice among practitioners out in the real world is as difficult or perhaps even more difficult than we found it in research. So here we have the complete picture, this idea about integration along all these levels, the utopian thing. So here you can see actually if we get this utopia, it seems like research will be squeezed a little bit down there. I don't know if that is something we should put too much into. To end, oh, 5 minutes? Oh, I'll okay. Back to the taxonomy. As I said, this is sort of aiming at developing a sort of a richer way of evaluating the transfer of knowledge to society and also between disciplines. We have all the sort of pathways of distributing or disseminating knowledge, and for receiving knowledge, that's the blue, the green, and the red bubbles. We try to build in an additional dimension in this, which are the black boxes, and they are the black bubbles down here. And tried to build them in because we can see that if we, this is sort of an attempt to dive into the content of what's going on. And we wanted to track the content and see what happens with the content when it's, if you have a research paper, then you communicate your conclusions out into some policymakers, then they make some sort of legislation that is implemented out in the municipalities. How can we track that content and measure, evaluate the impact of the original research? We tried to build that into our system here, but we didn't succeed in that. And that's why I put a little robot down here. It was supposed to be animated. But I was just thinking to end on sort of a happy note that this might actually be somewhere where we could use, for instance, AI to track large corpuses of legislation and research, and perhaps at least get a glimpse of how these the sort of research results, including the interdisciplinary research, travel and impact the world. I think that's it.
If I'm allowed a little comment here, there seems to be at least one message across the two papers. The message is on interconnectedness and being connected, whereas in the first paper it was about being connected to the potential audience, and here about being interconnected, building some kind of ecology of practices and people and knowledge. And now, without further ado, we are passing the floor to my colleagues now. Can you hear us? Okay, so okay, good.
So I hope you can hear me now and you can see the slides. I'm not sure. Can you see the slides, or can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see your slides and we can hear you very well.
Can you see the full slides, or can you see the presentation mode? I'm unsure.
It is in the presentation mode, yeah.
All right, okay, so that's not the point. Try to find
It
was good. It was good.
Right.
Still.
Yeah, try moving in between slides and then. Yeah, good. It's working.
It's working. So you see the full slide?
Yeah.
Or do you see many of them?
The full slide.
The full
okay,
slide.
that's perfect. Perfect then. Yeah, thank you very much for letting me speak here and participate. And I'm very sorry that I cannot be present in person. It just didn't work out time-wise, unfortunately. And I'm very happy to speak after those two exciting talks. And I'm a little bit afraid I even add to the complexity, because what we heard is that we have a lack of complexity when we think about science so far. I think that is one of the big issues, and I'm tapping exactly in the same wound, I would say. Mainly from the perspective of research evaluation. So I will first talk a little bit about context of research evaluation in science policy, and then talk about interdisciplinarity and what science is, so that we can come to a conclusion. How can we integrate all this knowledge into research evaluation? How can we take account of the complexity in research evaluation? And what is the potential role of social sciences and humanities in this context? So currently we have a discussion about research evaluation that kind of is raising awareness of the need for reform of research assessment. So while the last 30 years have been marked by euphoria on how we can measure and we can use metrics, and it's much cheaper and much easier. There is some consternation now, and we see all the negative effects that has brought. And since 10 years, more or less, in the broader scientific policy realm, there is a lot of criticism with DORA, the Leiden Manifesto, and recently with QARA. And it's mainly a critique of journal impact factors. That means the metrics that are on the journal level that try to evaluate single scholars, which is, of course, an ecological fallacy. So they are mainly on that. But we are also having a discussion about more severe and more science-oriented issues, like the replication crisis that has been discovered in many fields. I just added a article where I think in many disciplines similar articles are made, where a couple of scholars or teams of scholars is given the exactly same data, the exactly same hypothesis, and they try to do work on the exactly same thing with the same data, with everything the same. And what they find is that they come to different conclusions. And so the interpretation is that, oh my God, we've got a problem. Science is not scientific, actually. And also peer review is therefore a problem because we cannot find which is true and which is not true through peer review. So besides a critique on metrics, we also have a critique on peer review and actual research practice, and the objectivity of science is put into question. Now, the situation of social science and science policy and humanities and science policy, I think is relevant in this context, and I want to point that out because when it comes to research evaluation, social science and humanities have predicted today's issues quite long ago, basically 30 years ago when it all started, because they are inherently critical and they are thinking what is going on, and they were always saying, well, we got a problem with language, we got a problem with topics that are less popular, we might run into negative steering effects because people focus on what is easy, so the low-hanging fruits will be addressed, etc. At the same time, the SSH have many concepts in place for a very long time that are currently discussed vividly in science policy, but without social science and humanities, and not looking at what there is. I'm talking about open access, open data, and open peer review. All of this is common practice in the social science and humanities for a few thousand years. Sometimes in presentations, people actually use symbols that point to that fact, but they still don't make the link. So they use symbols of a little museum or a temple or a library when you're talking about open access or open data, which is exactly a concept. Libraries, open access, a way to open access, how to make books available to people who cannot afford it, etc. Open peer review, book reviews, for example, is a form of open peer review that has a very long tradition. However, there is a hierarchy in science, and I think this is very important for today. And there is a belief that the STEM fields, so science, technology, engineering, and medicine, they're rational, they're objective, they do explanations, and they are about truth. However, the social science humanities, they build arguments that can go either way. They're subjective, it's about interpretation, and it's about beliefs, or that's what they create or what they study. And therefore, STEM is science and SSH is something close to it. And this also comes into place when we talk about approaches to evaluation. The STEM field have a trial and error, an experiment approach to evaluation. So it's we do an experiment, we see the result, we improve, we adjust, and we repeat. And that's what's happening in research evaluation, or what has happened in the last around 30 years. The SSH take a different approach. They think and then do. So it's a critical reflection and discussion. And I think both of those approaches have a drawback. The social sciences have the drawback and humanities that they rather talk and they criticize, and then the doing part is getting delayed. While the trial and error is very complicated, because especially because of the error. If we play around with the science system, errors can be fatal because changes can be quite quick in having effects, but reverse this effect is very problematic, and that's the problem where we're at right now. So what has this to do with interdisciplinarity? We have in science or in general, we can collaborate or work together in very different ways. And there are two important forms of working together, which is cooperation and collaboration. Science in general is very often about cooperation. So we are specialized and we have this idea of the genius and et cetera, et cetera. And there is division of tasks because we are so specialized. However, in the social science and humanities, when people work together, they do work less together, but when they work together, very often it is collaboration, which means that we do not divide the tasks, but we negotiate different points of view, because we need to agree on terms, we need to agree on points of view if we want to write together. So there is more collaboration and cooperation, while in the STEM field there is a cooperation, division of tasks. I do the method, you do the interpretation. And when it comes to interdisciplinarity, it's very often cooperation. So this might be complicated when we cooperate or want to have interdisciplinarity between social science, humanities, and the STEM fields. Also, there are quite some prejudices social science and humanities scholars have to fight when they try to work in interdisciplinary contexts. And on the lower left, you can see kind of a shocking quote we received from an EU representative when we were discussing about the success or non-success of SSH integration in European framework program. The person just suggested, well, you just have to publish more in Web of Science publication or journals so that you can increase your quality. And that as soon as you increase your quality, the STEM people will see you. And obviously that's a real problem, because the Web of Science journals are not the high quality journals in the social science and humanities, quite the opposite. They're the English journals, which are not always the best. And here we can have the link to the multilingualism talk before. Social science and humanities are very multilingual, and English journals are not necessarily the most prestigious journals in all of the languages. There are other issues that go as far as not acknowledging some social science and humanities competence. For example, in a submission to a journal, interdisciplinary journal in social science and humanities, a scholar said, this is the first application of quantitative ecological methods applied to purely qualitative data in this and this social science discipline. And that was the introduction of cluster analysis into social sciences. So a very bold statement in a journal saying, you guys, I tell you how you can apply our great methodology from the sciences. The funny part about it is that cluster analysis was implemented or was created in the social sciences, and it is abandoned because we have better ways of clustering fields. So this kind of prejudice hinders very often a collaboration. Why is this the case? It has a lot to do with the way we evaluate research. So SSH is seen as low performing because we are publishing less in the relevant journals in a few commercial databases. And often we are seen, or they are seen, as useless because there is less demonstrable monetary output. There is no patents, there is less products. So this leads to the situation that in interdisciplinary research, often it is seen that SSH needs to be integrated. That is also the speech of the European Union. We talk about SSH integration, which basically says there is science, and we now need to integrate the junior partner. So they need to adapt. And very often it is also seen as the social science and humanities are specialists in society. We now need to have societal impact as an output for European projects. So we integrate SSH scholars to disseminate our research. So we have this great project, please you disseminate it to the people that they can use our great discoveries, which is problematic because then we do not have an interdisciplinarity that is actually on par, but there are different ways of different levels of researchers and of tasks to fulfill. Now, to see where this comes from, we have to think a little bit further and ask ourselves the question: what is then science? And very often, the current vision of science is that it is objective, right? That is, we have experiments, we have random controlled trials. This is science, and we know the objective truth, like we have seen in the reproducibility crisis. We do science, and science is about the truth. However, if we go further back and think about what science is, then the point is that science is about having rational arguments. And very importantly, it is about discussion and dispute. Because we need to criticize each other, and it's only science when we discuss something. If you have just a scientist making a finding, it is not science yet. It only becomes science when other scientists discuss it. It is the debate that makes something scientific. Bruno Latour shows this very nicely in his work, that scientific work is basically collaboration over teams, and it's a discourse. It's not a work. It's a whole discourse. So the objectivity is not about knowing something about what we believe, but is trying to understand something that is unknown, and we try to estimate the uncertainty of our knowledge. It's not about our certainty. So we want to have many opinions. Also, the objectively true thing is not very scientific expression. Rather, we need to know what is the likelihood. And in general, this works quite well. I remember well in the COVID pandemic time when scientists try to tell the public, we cannot tell you with security, we can just say probability. It's all about probability. We are uncertain now. This is normal for science. For many people, this is not very common, and we have to come back to that understanding that we do not know and we cannot know, but we can try to estimate the uncertainty and to make that part that is uncertain smaller. Now, we have many different things we do in society, and as science tries to address these things, we come into the trouble that Rolf just very nicely showed, very with nice imagery, that we have different domains and they all have their own backgrounds. Now we can go even further again with Latour. We can say that there are different realms. So he has a theory that he studies the modern behavior of humans or in modern societies, and he has a similar theory as Luhmann's theory, a kind of a systems theory. But the advantage is that it's much more fluid and open. He identifies different modes of existence, which means that you have different systems that work within themselves, and they all have their own mode of veridiction, of approaching the truth. And this is very important because that helps us to understand errors of category. So if we talk about, for example, how whether there is a good match between two people regarding a relationship, a romantic relationship, is a question about love. It's not a question about science. So it doesn't help if somebody tries to see whether there is a good match, if you try to find whether the person is rich, whether they have the similar interests, and whether they are attractive or not. It is relevant whether there is some chemistry going on between the two. So we cannot explain love with science, or we cannot decide which partner we should choose with a scientific approach, because this is just totally different realm. We have science and we have the realm of love. Both of them have some understanding of truth, but is very different. And what is relevant for our context here is that we have different areas in society. We have politics that make the laws and organize our living together. We have law that decides what is possible, what is not possible. We have science as a whole that gives us better knowledge about things. And all of them have their own mode of veridiction. Politics is very much about power. We need to have representation. We need to have legitimacy in order to make decisions. Whether the decision we take is the objectively right one is not the question. So it's not a scientific question whether we should do this or that in a political realm. It's about, in democracies, it's about majorities. And in autocratic systems, it's about how the power structure is within that system. Similarly, if we're talking about law, we have a law, and when there is a trial, there is either guilty or not guilty. And we can think about it scientifically or ethically. We can come to different conclusions. But if the law code is saying the person is guilty, even though if we know the person is not, it is still right according to the law. If we want to change that, we have to change the law. And this is very important to understand, because we are constantly in these different modes of veridictions, and we need to have a certain diplomacy between the different realms to be able to communicate. And the point I'm trying to make here is that the social science and humanities, they are working on that. They are constantly used to these kinds of diplomacy, while in my experience, to STEM, we have to explain this. And that might be a very important role social science and humanities can take in interdisciplinary research, because science policy is a very important realm that is in the middle of many of those systems, and it needs constant diplomacy between those different veridictions. So interactions are very important, and we need to be aware that those different systems represent a plurality of approaches to understanding what is true. It is not some sort of relativism, because each of those systems, they have a consistent understanding of how to distinguish between wrong and right, or true and false, or whatever. But they have their own consistent system. So it's not totally relativist or arbitrary, but we have to understand that they differ. So the effort is to balance that out. And this is, I think, what we miss. Again, back to the replication study, the assumption is false here, because we want to have different researchers come to different conclusions, because they have different approaches, they have different methods, and that always defines a little bit what is coming out in the end. So the idea of science is that time and different data and different approaches will bring us closer to what we know. So they reduce uncertainty. Now, how can we integrate that into evaluation? We have heard that peer review might have some issues. We all know that metrics have also some issues. The number 42 might be a hint to many of you. As you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the answer to all questions. So 42 is what we need to know. And obviously here we have a problem, because the answer is meaningless. We don't know what we should do with that 42 because the question was stupid. The question was, what is the answer to all questions of life? Similarly, we have the problem with research quality because we have a validity issue here. When we just take numbers, we don't know what we measure. Or when we just ask people in peer review, we don't know what we measure. Validity issue is the main thing. And most often, there is a lack of understanding that context matters. We think we can make up some truth. We find the true quality of some articles. We need to know whether some article is good or wrong. But that is the problem. Context matters. So, for example, we did a study of evaluation system across Europe, and we found that they are highly diverse. So 5 different, totally different systems could be found only in Europe. So we see that national context matters, what is good and what is bad, and how this is evaluated. It's even worse, we found that there are 7 different types of how you do evaluation for what you do in evaluation, and each country we examined, there is different way how those 7 types are implemented. So it's a huge diversity across countries, how research is evaluated. Similarly, in a book on societal impact evaluation, we have analyzed 11 countries and we have found 11 approaches to societal impact evaluation. So that clearly shows that context does matter. And it's not only context that does matter, it's also the different stakeholders. Again, I can relate to Rolf's presentation. We have all these bubbles, and all those bubbles, they have their own idea of what research should do. So what can we do? And the solution we propose is to understand research quality as a latent concept. We have that a lot in social science. That means that we have a concept that you have first to clearly define, because it depends on the context what it means. And when you define it, you can find different criteria reflecting it. And we did that for 3 humanities disciplines, and we found that we have like 19 different quality criteria. They have then even more detailed aspects that measure that doesn't really matter, but we went to look what actual research evaluation systems do measure and do take into account. So we took the most important indicators that are used in evaluation systems, and we can look at which criteria are actually measured. And we found that a few criteria measured, most of them are not. And if we looked into how important the scholars think the criteria are, we find that those that are measured are exactly those that do not matter to the social scientists, to the humanities scholars. So what we see here is that we have 2 different stakeholders. We have those people who make the evaluations, and we do have the scholars. And there is a complete mismatch of what they find important. So we need to balance that out. We need to start to communicate better between the 2. And so to end up, I try to work out a foundation for how to do an evaluation, which is, first of all, we need to know what we're doing to define the context. Second, we need to identify the stakeholders. Then for each stakeholder to work out what they understand as notions of quality, what is relevant to them. And when we know that, we can assign indicators to each stakeholder's idea of what needs to be done. And we can then rate those criteria independently and try to interpret this with regard to the context. This is a lot of work, but we need to have in mind that each evaluation is a political action. It is about values. It's the values we want to have seen in science. So how can we bring together interdisciplinarity, the complexity and the evaluation of research? We need to make sure that all the partners are seen as equal, also the stakeholders, different users and policymakers, etc., and understand their approach to what they expect from society, from science. We also need to accept that evaluation is a political activity. It is defining what is wanted. It is making something good or less good. And we also have always to remember that we're making incentives. When we do evaluate, we are telling what is going to be done. So this will have consequences on actions, and we have to foresee those kinds of actions before we implement them. So that's what I have to present for now. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for bearing up with us. And well, I think there is a message that comes across the three talks, a message of validation and being creative in what you do. And validation, values, evaluation, and so on. It's all connected. Right. So I invite now for questions from the floor. Okay, so Joanna, and then let's see. Yeah, Carlos. Okay.
Thank you to all speakers for really interesting sets of presentations and some very interesting interconnections between them that emerged as well. I have a question for Debbie. You were quite kind to say that native English speakers, quote unquote, aren't guilty of anything. I think I would have to disagree with that, but that's a much larger discussion. But I think, for example, that there are a lot of changes that could be made to the Anglosphere to bring about greater diversity in publishing languages. For example, in the UK, funding bodies could require us to publish in more than one language, which they do not at the moment. And I think that those of us in the Anglosphere need to recognise that we all lose and we are all hurt when there is not that diversity of languages in publishing. And I was interested in the projects that you were involved in, which are wonderful. I was interested in, are there any specific recommendations given to people in Anglophone countries about publishing?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for your question, your comment, and this is a difficult question, you know, because we always think, I mean, take into consideration the other side and not the Anglophone side. But what you mentioned, for example, if an Anglophone scholar gets extra points because publishes in a different language, this would be an interesting stimulus to say, okay, we are validating as well, or validating as well, something that is published in other languages. We can see signs of this sometimes when people, for example, try, especially when you consider the idea of dissemination and trying to reach different audience, because of course people, almost everybody, or say that everybody can read English, but mainly within the scholarly community. But if you want to reach outside this community, it's very clear if you do it in the local language, you get more readers and more attention, more visibility. So it could be a way of doing this. Of course, it is a fact as well that even this is also studied when it comes, for example, to reviews. The harsher reviews, they come quite often not from English Anglophone, but from people who don't use English as their own language, but they insist on, let's say, pushing this too hard and then or too far, and then it becomes biased because of that. So it is also a fact that maybe for an Anglophone, because it's if you just speak English and everybody understands you, so why should you make the effort of trying to understand or speak other languages? And sometimes, especially people from USA, this question is addressed them, and they say, you know, it's quite easy and in fact cheap for you in Europe to have access to other languages, because Europe is not that big, and if you move from one country to a different country, you have the opportunity to be completely merged into a different language and be able to learn it, and it's easy with programs such as Erasmus and so on. But sometimes in other countries that are very big, it's not that easy and it becomes very expensive to learn a different language. So There are also things that sometimes we don't consider in this, but it is a fact that if you publish in English, you get higher attention in principle by those who evaluate. And for those who are not Anglophones, then we must work harder to get the same result. And for example, when I speak about reaching a balance, it can be reached as well. For example, sometimes I publish things in Portuguese, 2 or 3 papers or another language, and then I try to make, let's say, a more embracing paper that I decide to publish in English and to reach a wider audience. So it's a way of keeping both pillars working, so to say.
Part of my problem has been now answered by what I was going to comment was your presentation and my presentation from my own personal experience. I came from a discipline which is actually kind of interdisciplinary, it's economic history, and since I was very young, I was taught to publish in English peer-reviewed high-quality journals. But this every day I was taught this. But I'm not as bold as the people who know me think I am. And that's why the first articles I published were in Portuguese. And then I started to publish in English, peer-reviewed, I read, and I can say publicly that I've been more or less that. And not only that, the articles that have more impact and brought me attention to policy making, local communities, as you say, are the ones. The other ones are evaluated when we want to grant. That's it. They stated that. But the other ones, in Portuguese or Spanish, that I still agree, or Spanish, are the ones that can be connected to society. So nowadays, what I try to do is the following. I don't know if I'm doing it correctly or not, but sometimes I feel lost. Sometimes I feel that I'm going one road and everyone else is going the other way, and I have to something. Am I on the right path or not? I don't have one every year, one English and one Portuguese for an audience. If there is an audience for Portuguese and Spanish, especially when you study the core sector, which is mainly agrarian, or the agriculture or the island Mediterranean. So this is, I think, so my point is, I think it's you can consider both. This is my point. And the second one is about evaluating journals. I'm also I don't believe 100% in the metric system, but I'm also very afraid goes to a purely or above all politically view, especially when I live in a country that former prime minister is in jail. This one is something that the private also. So I think again have a moderation between quantitative and qualitative, because I'm very afraid of subjective and even politics.
So it's a question to the whole panel. Okay. Dr. Leon will have to leave earlier, so we'll probably.
Thank you very much. I think you found your own path, and that's what we have to do to find. I mean, taking into consideration, the field in which we are working, trying to find this path. And as you said, you publish mainly in Portuguese and in English, but publishing in Spanish is also a good option, or in another language. So, what is important is to find our own path and not being, forced to publish in only one way. You also mentioned, of course, this Michael approached this very well, question of the evaluation, the impact factor, how this really does not evaluate all. In fact, impact factor was developed for librarians to see what they should and not for the evaluation. But you also touched something that is very important, is we have to use systems that are comparable, because when we submit a proposal, let's say to the European Commission or something, we are challenging, we are fighting for the same piece with colleagues from different countries, and we need to be, this has to be comparable. And so that's why those metrics are so useful, and it's very difficult to move into something different, what we call new metrics or whatever, altmetrics or whatever you want to call them, because it's difficult to have this balance. And it's also a fact that something can be, I mean, can have a really high impact in terms of social media, for example, social nets and so on. But in the end, from the scientific perspective, maybe not that interesting or even that accurate. So we really need balance between all those things. This is perhaps the big challenge, but you all are aware of what happened with the Uppsala University. I'm not mistaken, they decided to not provide the data to the ranking, and so on, because they can afford to do this because they are very well ranked. For us, it would be very much difficult because we would simply be forgotten, not taken into consideration, and so they can endure the experience and expect for results. But also because they say, okay, this system, which has about 20 years or something, is in fact serving mainly commercial interests, but it really impacts our life in institutions, in research centers and in our careers. But there is still not a perfect. Maybe we can answer that, but we will never find a perfect systems.
My professor is hand raised, so yeah, would you like to join in and answer this question?
I don't really have an answer to the question. I have a comment, a general comment. I think we focus too much on writing in different languages or writing in English. I think the focus should be on reading and translation, because I think if you really want to go into a multilingual, multicultural way or approach to science, it should be possible that everyone writes in the language that is most appropriate. It's not always the native language, but it's read by different people. And with the tools, translation tools we have, we don't need to have always a perfect translation. We just need to have a translation of what it is about, and we can then think about whether we want to translate it. But we need to get back the habitus of trying to access literature that is not written in a language we actually understand. I think that is a really important thing we need to focus on, that we increase our outreach in what we read.
So, okay, I think there are two important aspects of the comment/question from one. The first thing is that from Denmark and from the studies we made of impact, it is quite clear that publications written in Danish make a much larger difference in society, as you said. It's actually read by the policymakers sometimes, and it's and even practitioners and so on. It's much easier to get a message across to local people if you use the local language. They rarely read scientific publications, but even more rare in English or Portuguese. For that, the local language is really important for local people. And the other thing is that we're all aware of that, I guess, but it is actually really a wonderful scan that we call that we use the words excellence and impact in the way we do, to be sort of bibliometric measures, right? Because academic excellence is measured by citations within academia and has nothing to do if it makes a positive difference in society. And impact factor is the same. It's not impact on society, it's impact intra-academically. And that's back to the circle. We are really self-sufficient in that regard. It's a scam.
So, yeah, few observations. One, just to
reinforce Joanna's point. I think, there's a huge loss in kind of losing English as an academic language, because language and thought are kind of so intimately tied together. Very rich tradition of thought which are embedded in language. That's point one. Point two, I think when you took in writing in English language translation,
Yeah.
it's a real problem actually that because they're often conflated. The younger scholars in particular might have to publish in international journals, which isn't the worst case, but often means a kind of Americanization or homogenization. So actually, there's a kind of problem in UK as well. It's a very confused and not very well discussed picture. And third observation, I was interested in Michael referring to Brunatur, obviously very much concerned with translation, and he certainly made sure some of his texts, at least I don't know, but the texts were translated differently from the English from the French, or vice versa, because he was aware that actually that the texts are situated in context, and he was writing for a different audience and to different readers. Yeah. So, actually, a good strategy is to publish and then translate in appropriate ways, rather than to imagine everything as being in English in the first place.
And actually,
it's equally challenging. Absolutely what it starts in barely I've certainly had a discussion with UCL about of actually changing the question of language in British University. Of course, it's got worse with the decline of admissions to language courses following Brexit. So, it's not a good position, but that's important.
if you want to game the bibliometric system, the translation is a good trick as well, because your publications count several times.
That's true.
Yes, as long as it is not considered self-plagiarism, which is an interesting topic. I mean, it can be considered, but it can also not be considered. It can be assumed as such. I mean, there's a debate that an ongoing debate on regarding this. Sorry about this, I really have to leave a little bit soon because I have another meeting. But this is a fascinating topic, and when you say we are harmonizing using, let's say, this American English, and there are studies that are showing this was a very interesting topic on another working group, is that the usage of the same language and let's say simplified English is in fact, let's say, making the arguments and science lose strength, so to say, because we need this kind of tension that languages also bring with them, because it's a way of perceiving the world. It's a mindset, and when we try to, let's say, make it homogeneous, we lose this strength, and this is not good for research and for science.
Thank you so much. So we had several times here. So the first was the second, then
Let's really quickly something about the legal group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, a lot of what I was going to say has already been covered by other people. And first, I just want to congratulate you and thank you for raising these questions. But maybe add one more thing in addition to what Michael was saying as well, that it's not just about publication, it's about language as a space for discussion. If you get leprosy, you die from the feet up. First it's your toes, then it's your feet, then it's your legs. It's the same with the language. You die at the top with international publications, and then you gradually go down. So it's your PhD courses being taught in English, and then your undergrads, and then your general public can't read books anymore in your language because the words don't exist to discuss those things in your language. So when good paper is published, something that's really deep, something that's a 1 in 1,000 paper that usually grows out of 10 or 20 or 30 years of discussions in a particular tradition, which is usually a national or
regional tradition. When I talk to colleagues who write in German or French, they say, I could never publish this in English. I'm just tackling the question from another way. And if some system of assessment forces you not to use the language at all in your publications, what you argue against, you lose the capacity to do that. We've had the odd experience in Australia that we speak English, but we have a very distinct take on the field. So that I think I went through about 10 or 15 years after getting my PhD when I couldn't publish, not because I wasn't a native English speaker, but because I wasn't a native speaker of a particular research trajectory associated with North America that we could, not just me and my colleagues couldn't find our way into because it was so different. So we shouldn't forget that either. But you're really talking about these traditions which are associated with language, but they're not quite the same thing.
That's a very valid point, in fact. And you used to respect the lot of school. This is typical of the school. And what is happening is, I think we all experience this feeling is that we are losing this sense. We are trying to make the same with the same thing because it can be, so to say, comparable, but it's clearly affecting our inventiveness, and also which is pretty rooted into tradition. And I mean, what you said about your experiences in Australia is extremely interesting because even being a native English speaker, apparently, I mean, the kind of expression you used did not match entirely, I mean, the standard of what was made standard at a certain point.
And it was more the assumptions. What counts as a language, what counts as an interesting question, all of that.
Yeah, that's great.
Margaret?
Speaking as the linguists of the language, right back to what Michael was saying, I think we need to bring the concept into discussion about languages. Languages are invented.
Yeah.
Some years ago. So even the concept of mother tongue is invented. So in Africa and Asia, we see policies are motivated and funded by UNESCO, insisting that every child has a right for education. They've got a mother tongue. This is a total invention because in multilingual policies, different languages are going to have different functions. So that's an imposition, colonial kind of imposition. So this I could identify with Delphine. It's not the same in Brazil, but it's similar because in Brazil we didn't need to. We have a large enough. Besides being political, we have the capitalist idea of market cost. We have with a population of 200 million. We have a publishing market and a sufficient number of publishers who publish. We're interested in publishing and selling academic publications in Portuguese. That makes a huge difference. So it's when we suffer recently, I'd say in the last 10 years now, the pressure from our Ministry of Education and our universities through neoliberalism and this idea of university globalization. Now we're being pressed even into not just publishing in English, but then we've already published in Portuguese, now we can publish in English, but also to teach courses in our own postgraduate programs in English, which I think is it's absurd. So I'm from an English department where we do exactly the opposite. So we teach in English in the undergraduate courses, in Portuguese, postgraduate courses, because then everybody knows English. But the point is not linguistic, to develop linguistic competence. I think besides just a question of English and to recuperate the aspect of the political aspect, you people are familiar with the Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese. Unending
dilemma of the orthographic agreements, right? Should have been suspended, it never ends. So are we talking about the same language or we not?
Yeah.
The conclusion we reached in Brazil, we're not. But then we have another aspect in Brazil is over what is Brazilian Portuguese. There we have the colonial racist element in normative Brazilian culture, which doesn't recognize the contribution of the enslaved Africans during 250 years on European Portuguese in Brazil. So it's our elite linguists will say the Portuguese we speak in Brazil is Iberian. They ignore the contribution to the north. They're actually talking about the literary version, so the version of Brazilian Portuguese, which is very close to European, but not definitely not the same. But spoken Brazilian Portuguese doesn't have agreement in terms of number. Comes from is an influence from the African movement. Still not recognized. So these are all political phenomena, and the political phenomena of, I agree with what you're saying about being corrected even by non-native speakers. You know, we call that native speakerism, because it's a kind of a colonial thing when native speakers have a claim over the English language. But that ideology in politics was so strong that it's simply been absorbed through osmosis, if you like, by others who are now, it's no longer the native speaker who has to implement native speakerism, it's others.
Just the idea that language belongs to someone.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think that just to put things back into the science circle again, there's another interesting aspect. There was about the multilingual issue. And there was statistics released in Denmark within the last couple of weeks about the number of international researchers employed at Danish universities. And now we have in Denmark, like across all universities, 40% of the researchers employed are international, are non-Danish. And at the technical departments, it's up, like computer science and engineering, so it's up to 80%. In the computer science department at my university, I think it's between 30 and 35% of the people employed as researchers who are Chinese. And so this is an aspect of the multilingual issues that we haven't discussed at all. It's not about publications, it's just about communication internally. The main language in computer science apparently is Chinese at the moment in my university. So it's just not a complication.
Right. So we'll have to conclude this panel. Thank you all for your contributions and for the discussion. And we'll continue seamlessly to the next panel. Thank you. I thought someday you can come to Coimbra.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All sorts of things.
Perfect. Thank you.
Qual é a ordem? Pode ser assim, ó.
5, 6 no total.
6 depois mais bravo.
Vou ficar aqui.
Eu vou.
É só um trabalho dos carros.
Maybe you want to come this way instead, because you might trip.
Bem, todos.
The presentation is already here, yeah.
Yes. Pronto, agora também.
Sim. Eles estavam em cima da mesa, são 6.
Eu já estava.
Exato. Olha, primeiro eu não Mas espera aí, não sei.
Aí a só tem uma pasta chamada nova pasta.
Com muitas coisas lá dentro. Desde que não se façam as minhas coisas, está tudo bem.
Estava aqui porque estava a levar uma secundária.
Hã?
E pá, eu estava a dar uma secundária. Tem mais ninguém? Foi isso? Só isso é que
Pá, este computador, você tem que clicar, só ficar. Ah, mas ela. Ela acha que fica bem. I extend you an email. Okay, okay.
Whatever. That's it's, because we played in.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever it's called. Well, let's get started.
Yeah, I have
Maybe-
a station.
Maybe I do. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let's go on. And we have our next panel.
No, just
We call it Interdisciplinary Politics and Epistemologies, where we are actually talking about some selected books. And we're just very lucky that some of the authors of these books were actually here, and we thought it was a wonderful opportunity to have them speak about their own work. And this is work that, of course, informs a lot of our discussions on interdisciplinarity. And so today we have 4 books. We ask them to talk about 10 to 15 minutes each. Then we'll have some time for discussion as well. So the first book is by Bettina Born and Barry, team, Interdisciplinarity, Reconfigurations of the Social and Natural Sciences. I'm just going to list the authors themselves. The second book we have about just recently, and it's a edit volume as well that edited by colleagues, both theory and practice in the interdisciplinary production and reproduction of knowledge in the 21st century. Third book that we're going to talk about is by Tanya Alfred, and it's called The Politics of Interdisciplinary Studies, Essays on Transformations in American and Liberal Programs. And the fourth book by Rolf, The Structure of Interdisciplinary Science, that came out in 2018. So, without further ado, we're going to follow the order in which the books.
okay. Thank you, Jose. I'm going to speak because Georgina said a word earlier, and I'm going to briefly review the book again. Georgina's discussed it earlier. I should just mention in passing my own background, because although the book was about interdisciplinary, it was kind of an interdisciplinary book because my background was originally in physics and chemistry and math and history and philosophy of science, and then moved through various departments from sociology to geography and made sure I was in departments which I never studied the discipline before. Yes. What followed that project was various publications. There's also a paper which, apart from these, which I wrote completely independently after that, from an ethnography of a pharmaceutical laboratory, and I briefly mentioned that earlier. That's a paper called Pharmaceutical Matters, which is about chemistry. But just to review some of the main themes, one which really picks up something which has been talked about before, that we shouldn't imagine that disciplines are some kind of homogeneous objects which are then kind of made more rough and ready and messy by interdisciplines. Disciplines are marked by major internal divisions, and perhaps one internal division which could be flagged is that most disciplines are marked by a difference between those who want to retain disciplinary boundaries and those who don't. And that, to my surprise, is true of geography, which seems to be an interdisciplinary discipline as much as anything. And I'm sort of shocked when colleagues don't know about relevant literature and anthropology or politics or whatever.
The other thing is just to mention, and this relates actually to this discussion about kind of national territories in the last session, is that the question of interdisciplinarity might be thought of as a kind of primarily intellectual or kind of question, but actually it's as much a kind of institutional and financial question. And you know, there are very marked differences between the ways in which different interdisciplinarity functions in different countries. I would say, from my experience at the moment in the UK, is that actually interdisciplinarity is quite easy in terms of relations with colleagues, but the financial structure which came in really from 2011 onwards, which effectively meant that there's very little direct state funding of universities, is that departments become in effect disciplinary businesses, and therefore this prevents collaboration because they're kind of in effect sometimes competing, or they're kind of they make resources by they generate resources by claiming territories for themselves rather than collaborating around it. So there's a kind of problem which is not actually the academics themselves are perfectly interested and capable of doing interdisciplinarity, but the kind of the financial structure is making that incredibly difficult. Now I would say also, this is in the original paper, that of course, the way interdisciplinarity is not just solving problems within disciplines, it's often solving wider political problems in relation to, in the 1950s and 60s, the kind of the challenge of the new universities towards the old established universities and their kind of restrictive ways of thinking, the new ways of thinking brought in by, for example, cybernetics, but more recent concerns with public accountability and engagement, with innovation, with the drive towards making the social sciences more useful, also kind of drive interdisciplinary research in various kinds of ways. Often the social scientist comes to act as the kind of representative of society in a laboratory, and sometimes a rather token one at that. We distinguish between three modes of interdisciplinarity. As Georgina said, we could multiply more modes, but actually, of course, there's a kind of normative implication here, is that we're arguing against the dominance of what we call the additive synthesis mode, the idea that one could have, to use a word was used earlier, the utopia of something which encompasses everything, but also the idea that one can simply add disciplines together in some straightforward way. But perhaps more commonly, it's the case that particularly the social sciences, though sometimes it's the natural sciences, act in a subordination service mode, sort of acting as a supplement to something which is being done by the dominant discipline. Could be the ethicist in a computer science department or in a biology lab. And this was one of the original driving forces of our research project, because Marion Strathern, who was then professor of anthropology in Cambridge, was very concerned with the way in which anthropologists were being drawn in to represent society and ethics and scientific research. So we suggested that that shouldn't be the case, that based on our own experience, that actually that interdisciplinary research could be generative, that if you like, the ethos of a good interdisciplinary researcher was one who would be challenged by the other discipline, would be learning from them, which would generate something which was possibly more, possibly less than the sum of its parts. And that was the kind of right attitude to take. What could be generated which was not simply the addition of two disciplines. And during this period, I was also collaborating with an artist who herself was doing a kind of parody of the Audit Society. And one of our basic working technique was to ensure that actually whatever we said to each other was a kind of challenge. And so we would continue challenging our own ways of thinking about the problem. At the same time, we distinguish between three logics of interdisciplinarity. Again, there's a kind of normative element to this because of the dominance of two, if you like, paradigms of why interdisciplinarity should take place on the part of both funding bodies and firms. One, the logic of accountability, that actually it is necessary to engage society, that science had to move out from its kind of autonomy, and that social scientists or even the arts were often the way of achieving that. And secondly, the logic of innovation, that somehow it was necessary to connect the sciences or the social sciences to industry. And again, interdisciplinarity is the way of achieving that. So by the logic of ontology, we did not imply a kind of exercise in metaphysics, but rather recognizing that different sciences themselves had different worldviews, different conceptions of what the world existed in, systems, isolated atomic agents, individuals, whatever. But also the sciences were involved in continually transforming the world, constructing the world in new forms, creating new kinds of objects. One could say this about many commonplace scientific objects, for example, one which I'm writing about at the moment, I'll briefly mention tomorrow, is the idea of the isotope. We don't get isotopes in pure existence in the world. They exist only as a product of mass spectrometry and so forth. So actually one needs to look at the way in which scientists create new objects, but also the scientists supplement the existing world with further levels of information. And I think it's probably the case that if you looked in this room, that all the things here, if one looked beyond them, have a huge amount of kind of information which makes them operate as they are. Whether it's the objects of heritage which are preserved because that somebody's done some heritage study, the light bulb which is conforming to European standards or whatever. That actually it's not, objects do not exist in isolation. They exist as part of assemblages of information, and it's that kind of supplementing the transformation of the world which the sciences do. I've adapted and expanded on a word which is used by historian of chemistry Benedette Vincent and Isabelle Stengers, informed materials, to talk about the ways in which materials exist in such informational material assemblages, and the sciences are engaged in enlarging that kind of dimension of that. There's one thing I think one would do, and Georgina's doing in relation to AI research, is if like a much more fine-grained analysis of practices which recognizes all of these things going on at the same time. And then I would say, of course, the world in the 2000s was different. Research budgets were often expanding, and there was a new concern with kind of opening out to society. I think the situation today has changed. Obviously, the intensification of computerization, the kind of capacity of computers, the growth of big data, social media, the massive proliferation of data, but the challenges of dealing with that data, often in ways which do not interrogate what the data mean, but simply are making use of the kind of operational quality of that data to be classified and enumerated and so forth, modeled. Rightly, a growing concern with indigenous knowledges in relation to quite practical questions, for example, the question of climate change negotiations, for example. The urgency of environmental problems which are recognized to be more than scientific problems, that there's been costs and benefits to the fact that the climate change debate in its early years was driven by the natural scientists and by the natural scientists in publicly funded universities, is that the key decision makers and social scientists, the political questions were kind of thought to kind of would follow, long as everyone understood what the nature of the problem was. That hasn't happened because the political problems should be thought through from the first point. We've seen both kind of globalization, but also at the same time now the intensification of geopolitical competition And I think that needs to be taken seriously as well. What the world, the kind of the naively optimistic world of the 1990s and 2000s, the era of globalization, is definitely over. And then the growth of commercial research and citizen science outside of the university, which may not be interested in or respect disciplinary boundaries as they are conceived within the academy anyway. All of these things matter. So our analysis of interdisciplinarity was within a particular situation. Much of that analysis I could still go along with, but the situation has changed and the problems and challenges have changed as well. I'd like to hear more of the discussion, so I hope that's kind of within the 10 minutes, and I will finish there.
My initial plan was that we would hear every month and then we can discuss that. Okay? Sure.
Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm presenting a book that I have edited, not all written, even if I have written around 120 pages, but I have edited. And the name is Theory and Practice in Interdisciplinary Production and Reproduction of Scientific Knowledge. What means that it's a book with 4 dimensions. An aim of building some theoretical approach to interdisciplinarity, and an aim of covering some kind of practices that are put forward, both in the productions of scientific knowledge, I mean research, and in the one part concerned with theory, and another part concerned with the case studies. What I went a series of 8 case studies of Portuguese, Brazilian, Italian, and French collaborators, authors that have proposed their case studies. And the theoretical approach, one of these authors is present here, is Vitor Neves, who has done a case study on economics, the case study of economics. It means the research done in economics. How is it interdisciplinary or not? And there are other case studies on cognitive science, on artificial intelligence, on social sciences, on consumer behavior. It's a completely different topic, but it is a research topic. And 3 studies concerned one with one university in Brazil, and another one with a secondary school also in Brazil, and another one in France with a research center. I did not yet knew José, otherwise I would have asked him. So I asked a colleague from Maison des Sciences de l'Homme in Paris. And the theoretical part is composed of 3 main chapters. One concerned with the literature review. Another one is a defense of the discipline, of the concept of discipline. And another one is concerned with innovation in arts and in science. And there are an introduction and the conclusion of my authorship. And I will say just some words about these two chapters. In the introduction, I begin by trying to propose a definition of interdisciplinarity faced to other words that are in use and that are similar, and that they have similar and almost how could I say that in English? Their meaning floating from one is not very well established. So I try to make a proposal on that issue. And then I face interdisciplinarity as a fundamental cognitive determination of our contemporary science. That is my main thesis, that interdisciplinarity is not a fashion, is not something that we can do or not to do, depending on what we want or not we want to do. I want to do the interdisciplinary. I think that does not exist. Interdisciplinary is something that is done whenever you like it or not, that is being done. Science production and in scientific reproduction. And what is that is being done? I try to characterize, and fundamentally in three dimensions: the relation with discipline, exactly, the facing, the way that we are facing after in the second half of the 20th century, people understand that scientific researchers began to understand that they should look to the side corner. They should go to the other discipline and make some kind of small contact, or bigger or small contact. I think one of the first in a very deep and we have a corridor with different professors in the corridor, and we don't speak with each other. We just say very nice things, how do you do, or is your family, but we don't speak of our topics. And we even think that it is impolite to be able to enter in the other subjects, to introduce, what do you say? To intrude the subjects of the other guy. His expression is 4 doors down in the corridor. So we don't speak. But then that's what he has done. He has done the opposite. And so interdisciplinarity is concerned with that movement, a movement in which disciplines that exist and they are necessary to know is to have a discipline. Otherwise, you don't know. So I am absolutely for disciplines. Interdisciplinarity has nothing to do with the erasing or the finishing of disciplines. So interdisciplinarity is something that arrives between disciplines. So it is necessary that disciplines exist, and they should exist, and it's necessary that they exist. But they can be open systems, and they can know they are. In a precise moment, they become open systems, and they become interested, and not so much interested. They need the contact. They need for the development of their knowledge. They need that because they understand. They deal with complex problems, and with more and more complex problems, and they need to go to other domains. So that is one point I deal with. The contact of disciplines, here it is the quotation. A man may be a topologist or an acoustianist. He will then be completely immersed in the jargon of his field. He will know all the literature and branches of his field, but he often looks for the new field as something that belongs to his colleague 3 doors down in the corridor, and even consider that any manifestation of interest on his part would correspond to an inexcusable break of privacy. That is the situation, a caricature, of course, but it is a little bit the situation which characterized science until the middle of the 20th century. And then suddenly, the students in Paris gave a word to that, and they claimed interdisciplinarity. Of course, they wanted just to break with the authoritarian climate of the French university. They were not aware of what they were really saying, but what they were really saying is that sciences need to contact, that problems are so big. They always have been big, but people was not prepared to look at this complexity because we were used to divide, to be analytic, to separate the whole in its parts until the atom. But then we arrived to the atom and we saw that the atom is a system, a very complex system. So it is not possible to divide again, even if in CERN they continue to go on with the division, trying to find the parts. But probably they will never get apart. They will always arrive to another complexity. So this is the real cause, the ontological cause of interdisciplinarity. And the epistemological arrival of that is the constitution of new aggregates of disciplines, new kinds of disciplines, new kinds of structures to accompany, to go with this need of science. Science is not a closed system. Science lives in our society, and science goes on with what happens in society and in university. Of course, universities have to reformulate. They are reformulating more or less. Some are more able than others. Others are more traditional, of course, others are not. But nevertheless, there are something that goes on. We want it or not. That's my point of view. And then, so I say so, and I also make an approach to the epistemological reason for that. I mentioned already complexity, but there are deeper concerns concerned with philosophy, metaphysics that is underlying this change, namely the dispute, if you want, between Descartes and Leibniz, between analytic thought and complexity thought that were rooted in the 17th century. In that moment, in the 17th century, where two big lines of research have begun. And one was the thinker, Descartes was the thinker, and he was very important. And the other one was somehow silenced, but he is now coming, is now arriving. And the great man of Hanover is now arriving to the scene. So the third topic I use is the question of unity of science. Victor Neves was very anxious about utopian character of interdisciplinarity, because he was aiming at a kind of a full, complete, among disciplinary arrangement in which all disciplines work together and very well concerned, very well related. That is a God's situation. It's not a human situation. That's why I think it is not an utopia, but it is what we have. And unity of science has nothing to do with that idea. Unity of science is a tendency that has crossed science through the centuries. And it goes in parallel with the specialization. Science needs both tendencies. Now, science needs to specialize and needs to integrate. Otherwise, there is no science. So what Galileo did was to integrate Kepler and the other, and the Giordano Bruno and so on. So science always integrates. And that integrating movement is what we call unity of science. And I believe that interdisciplinarity, I will explain that tomorrow with more detail, but I believe that interdisciplinarity is the name that we give today to that tendency of unity of science. Even if it is a very not so deep and not so ambitious unity of science, it is, from my point of view, it is that the name of that old tendency. And then in the, just to finish, then in the conclusion, I study the reorganization of the cartographies of knowledge that are occurring. It's a descriptive work. I try to characterize what is happening today in terms of cartography of knowledge, new types of disciplines, new heuristics, new institutions. For instance, a research center is something that didn't exist before interdisciplinarity. And it is very funny because research centers are not the duplication of the departments. They have people coming from different departments. Why? Why? And the existence of research centers, as we have, is already a sign of interdisciplinarity. And for instance, research projects. So research projects is very interesting because they are temporary places where people coming from different sciences put together just for 1 year or two with a small financement or big financement. No, they know that after that they will return to their discipline, but they are going there. And the fact that they leave their discipline and are going there, this travel is very important, because when you come back, you are another person. You have learned a lot with others, and you have joined forces to put forward a specific project. So a research project that we have is a sign of interdisciplinarity. Even the big project with the general growth who built the atomic bomb was already that. Oppenheimer was already there. What Oppenheimer did was to collect colleagues from all over to reach an aim. And he knew he needed politicians, he needed mathematicians, he needed physicists, he needed people from computer science. So he put them together. And when they reached the terrible end they were proposed to construct, they dismissed everyone, returned to his discipline. So the discipline is the Ulysses house, where we all rest. But the interdisciplinarity is the voyage that we are necessary to go to Troy. And we have to go to Troy and to go back to Ithaca. Okay, and then I will try, I have just a small place with trying to understand what is happening in university and in secondary schools. That's it. Thank you.
A few weeks ago, I went to a conference, National Communication Association conference in the United States, and I saw all these young scholars meeting, their presentations on their phones, and I was like, how can they do that? And I actually had done a PowerPoint for this a month ago, and I forgot to send it, so I'm actually going to do that as well. All right, so yeah, thinking about this book, which is now already 14 years old, the Politics of Interdisciplinary Studies. We've done presentations, myself and the co-editor Stuart Henry, called Plain Politics with Interdisciplinary Studies. And it is a collected volume, and it was really 13 case histories, and they were all written before 2008. And what happened in 2008, right? We had this financial crisis, and many things have changed since then. In fact, out of the 13 contributors of the 13 programs, only 5 are still in existence. right? And that's kind of interesting right there, right? So University of Miami's longstanding interdisciplinary studies program, gone. Wayne State, same thing. The inter-arts program at San Francisco State, gone. The interdisciplinary social studies, social science program, gone. University of Texas at Arlington, totally transformed. It's no longer interdisciplinary studies program, but something else. Our program at, my program that I'm in, when I was hired, it was a liberal studies program. Then we were had a shotgun wedding with the humanities program, which was good for me because I'm an interdisciplinary humanities scholar. And then, you know, usually you think that these kind of administrative restructurings happen from top down. But it was very unique, and that was one of the conclusions of our book, and I'll mention that in a minute. But what was very unique, what happened in my program, is that the humanities faculty, the tenured humanities faculty, and there were only 3 of them, 4 of them, decided to divorce liberal studies 2 years ago. And so they hooked up with comparative literature. So they became their own unit, and we went from a school of humanities and liberal studies to just a school of liberal studies. But it was, I won't even go into it, but it was, I think Victor said earlier today, what were you saying? There was a lot of demoralizing, negative things that happened. Absolutely, totally agree. I'll stop there. So you get the idea. Right. Basically, we wrote a conclusion. I wrote a conclusion with Stuart Henry, the co-editor, also William H. Newell, who started the Association of Interdisciplinary Studies, the first, I think, professional organization in interdisciplinary studies. When I talk about interdisciplinary studies, I really mean interdisciplinary studies programs at the undergraduate level in the United States. There were many reasons for them to be formed. They go back to the idealism in the 60s. I was actually going over my notes, and we actually used the word utopian ideals of the 60s. Okay, so this idea of, as Olga was saying, this kind of utopian revolutionary ideal. And I guess with the rise of the neoliberal university, interdisciplinary studies programs began to be seen as a catch-all program to graduate students. Many of them are returning students, transfer students, basketball players, whatever. It was a way to graduate students. So some of them, like at Arizona State, became kind of the net to catch students. You know, so they sometimes didn't have a very good, and I taught them for 10 years, they didn't have very good reputations, but then sometimes they also attract the best students, all right, because they're the ones who want to do wild and crazy things. So in my program at San Francisco State, it's kind of schizophrenic. You know, we have the best students, and sometimes we have the basketball players, so there's student athletes, but then we also have many students who want to be educators, like elementary school teachers. But that is unique to California, because in California, the liberal studies programs were created to prepare future teachers, because elementary school teachers teach multiple subjects. So, you know, they really began as multidisciplinary programs. And then when I was hired, there was this push in the state of California for them to become more interdisciplinary, because in the schools, K through 12, there was this recognition that the teachers had to create more integrated assignments. You know, whether it is how to teach Martin Luther King, you know, he's a religious man, he was, you know, had political significance, very important history, very important for African-American studies. His speeches are studied in communication and in literature classes. So in order to present the wide scope of his achievements, they have to create interdisciplinary, curriculum. All right, so back to my conclusion. We talked about idealist and utopian roots. It's actually in my PowerPoint, I will show you later. The ubiquity of multi-interdisciplinary programs, the corporatization of higher education, which really accelerated after 2008. The administrative personalities and academic policies. So again, this was written before 2008, and kind of the joke among interdisciplinarians was that interdisciplinary studies programs depended on the kindness of administrators. And I think I mentioned this to someone earlier today. If someone really supported interdisciplinary programs or interdisciplinary centers, they will be developed, they will have the resources, right? Or when times are lean, they will cut them, because they're the fluff. Although now what is happening is that administrators see them as a way to combine programs and cut faculty and cut programs. We don't need foreign languages anymore. We'll just create we'll stick foreign languages and literature programs together, which is happening, right? And so it was interesting to talk earlier about multilingualism, whereas in the United States, many schools are cutting foreign language programs. So it's been a big news, for example, at Western Virginia University, they are cutting all the foreign language programs, except for Spanish, which will be a minor, all right? And even at my university, they're thinking of cutting French. They say, well, you can take it at another CSU online. Or, German, there's only 2 majors, or Italian. So my joke is, Auf Wiedersehen. It's like in these programs, the only programs that will remain are Spanish and Chinese. Which, talk about the multilingualism, I don't know. Actually at San Francisco State, the majority of students are of Filipino descent. They don't teach Tagalog there. So it's not even respectful of the community. Okay, so administrative structures on bridge building and dangerous liaison. We talked about that. And we also talked about what doesn't work and what does work. So we talked about the challenges of sustainability of interdisciplinary studies programs. Again, utopian roots come up. That was like a big, we have to look at that book again. All right, so I think I mentioned this already. So what doesn't work? Having a program of national or international prominence, if an administrator wants to cut the program, they don't care. They will reassign the star faculty. So for example, Julie Thompson-Klein, who was at Wayne State for 40 years, she was shipped to the English department. And then she worked in the library for a while, so they could still say we had the star faculty, but we got rid of the program, grateful and laudatory alumni. It doesn't matter if the alumni write all these letters. And this is what happened at Emory's Graduate Institute of Liberal Arts, which graduated more African-American students than any other graduate program in the country. In Atlanta, the home of Martin Luther King. That is a disgrace. And it existed for 60 years. So the African-American students, protested. They were hoping to save it. And many of the alumni came out of there are top African-Americans or Africana studies in the country. It didn't matter. They wanted to put money in neuroscience and Chinese, because that's where the funders are. Okay, complacency. It's always dangerous. It is, you are doing interdisciplinary work to become complacent. All right. I can tell you from example, I really was very happy with this merger of humanities and liberal studies. I was first of all, I was hired always to teach in both programs, but I was doing more and more humanities courses. And when that rug was pulled out from it under me, it was such a shock. I was working with people for 6 years very closely, and that they were doing this behind our backs was incredible. you know, but I think it talks about the incommensurability of perspectives. All right, so the humanities faculty felt that they had more in common with the comparative literature people because they didn't do work out in the community, and most of the faculty in liberal studies do. You know, I curate shows. You know, we have an anthropologist. She worked with students to do murals, et cetera, et cetera. But when some doors close, other doors open. So what we discovered is that we have a lot in common with the School of Design people. You know, I do protest posters for my students' capstone projects. They do protest posters on environmental issues. So one of our faculty who does environmental studies collaborated with a design person, and they do, I don't know, something about the politics or communicating environmental studies. So, you know, you have to be nimble and you have to be flexible. Right, I talked about the characteristics of interdisciplinarians because it's always going to change. The one thing that is constant with interdisciplinary studies or interdisciplinarity is that there's always going to be change. And I know the philosophers in the room will say that's nothing new, but yeah, but you know, let's repeat that. Okay. Okay, so the perceptions. So what also doesn't work is inadequate understanding of interdisciplinary studies. Julie Thompson-Klein, in the conclusion of her last book on boundary work, said that it is irresponsible for people who say that they're doing interdisciplinary work and they do not bother to read the literature. That they do not, you know what is really being said about interdisciplinary studies. And I can tell you, I work with a lot of people who haven't bothered to read the literature. One thing that I've noticed in the 3 decades I've been an academic is that, you know, 2 decades ago, art history was really staunchly disciplinary until their membership crashed. Now they're embracing interdisciplinarity. Same thing with communication, but these people don't know what they're talking about. You know, it's kind of easy rhetoric, it's lip service, right? So Julie Thompson-Klein, who did not suffer fools lightly, would totally dismiss that kind of rhetoric. So often there's this perception that interdisciplinary programs or centers are expensive to run. All right, that was the perception maybe in the past because we have small classes, you need to hire more faculty, but actually now, you know, and they are cheap, right? Because you're collapsing programs, but now they're at risk of being underfunded, right? In fact, while I was traveling yesterday, San Francisco State was on strike. All my colleagues were on the picket line. I think it's on the Guardian today. So it's interesting that the CSU, which is the largest university in the United States, the faculty are underfunded, particularly lecturers. At San Francisco State next semester, they're cutting over 650 classes and they're cutting 300 lecturers. So you know, this is just the underfunding thing, and what they're doing is they're collapsing classes, larger classes. You know, they're legitimating all this thing. So another thing is that doesn't work is being too different. You have to have a brand, but you don't want to be too extreme, right? And then, of course, relying on non-tenure track faculty members, and I know that's not the case in the UK because, you know, they got rid of tenure. What does work is my final thing. Broad support, so the networking is essential. Cross appointments can work. Databases, document your achievements, put it on the website. If you don't tell people what you're doing, how will they know? Right? I have some colleagues who are very, very, even though they won all kinds of awards, they're constantly on social media saying what they're doing. Experimentation, again, that goes with flexibility. If it doesn't work, do something else. Don't get stuck, right? Broadly based governance. So the acceptance of multiple perspectives, which didn't exist in the previous iteration of my program. The stress on skills, right? So the transferable skills, what I talked about earlier, finding external finance. getting those funders. And I will tell you, I'm getting asked constantly to review international grants. Austria, I'm being sent to Vienna in February to evaluate grants. So, I mean, the NSF in the United States, Singapore, Canada, they are all putting money in interdisciplinary grants, big money. Austria, the grant that I'll be evaluating, is a team grant, 6 to 10 million euros. Just saying. All right. And I know the UK has big grants too, right? Asking for more. I think interdisciplinarians, because they've been so used to work being underfunded, they don't know how to ask. What's the worst thing that can be done? They say no, go somewhere else. So ask for support. And then, of course, what I've already mentioned is getting serious about interdisciplinarity. So, and which is what we are doing here. So, you know, it's been a long day. I thank you for still being here. I thank you for listening to me. And I hope these little tips from my book that is now kind of dated can be still helpful too.
I have some slides. Is anybody on Zoom anymore?
No.
So, can you turn on the slides? Yeah, it's cool.
Thank you.
That's right. And it's working.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm back to talk about this book. The opening of this book, speaking about getting serious about interdisciplinarity, is simply interdisciplinarity. What a wonderful buzzword. And so the idea in the book is to actually get serious about that and figure out, well, we all speak about interdisciplinarity, but what is it good for? And in which way is it actually good? And especially if we speak in terms of epistemics, do we create better knowledge through interdisciplinarity? And what would that mean? That is sort of the basic question of the book. So this is a slide from before, just a different color. It's philosophy of science. And so the primary goal of the book is to develop a framework or methodology for evaluating epistemic aspects of interdisciplinary science, as it says. And to do that, I draw on contemporary philosophical literature on scientific representation. So this is really a good way to end the day. I think this is the final. Is there a session afterwards? Okay, so at least to end the panel, now that we are all tired, let's speak about the philosophy of representation. The basic idea, again, another basic idea, is that if we are to evaluate the epistemic effect of interdisciplinary collaboration, these effects should somehow be reflected in the representational activities, as I say, as displayed in the products and outputs of science. That is, when we build theories, concepts, models, or somehow, we should somehow be able to detect some effect of the collaboration, of the interdisciplinarity, if we should say that this is actually beneficial for the knowledge, right? We can discuss what the products and outputs of science are in this. I'm not speaking about publication, but about the proposition of the content. So what I call the more or less specified ways of representing more or less specified phenomena by means of more or less specified vehicles of representation. And I use the expression approach here to refer to a specific way of using a specific vehicle to represent a specific target, a specific phenomenon. And the use of approach is exactly motivated by something we discussed earlier today, that the heterogeneity of disciplines. We cannot evaluate combination of disciplines when disciplines are a mess. We have to focus on something more specific. And I use this word approach, the term approach, to specify, as I say, a specific way of representing a specific aspect of the world. And I also discuss the conclusions and recommendations from the analytical practices. So the literature I draw on is vast, of course, but it's very much focused on recent philosophical discussions of representation is best scientific representation by Bertrand Russell, and the perspectival realism or perspectivism by Ronald Geary, which is this guy. He's actually got the guy behind this four-place relation, which you probably remember, and he just called someone S for scientists, knowledge X as a variable, something he called a W because it's an aspect of the world, and it's called purpose for P. And we've been through all of this. And this is just to show that what I focus on in the book is the relation between knowledge and something. And I try to zoom in on that and figure out and analyze, develop a methodology for analyzing specific ways of using specific vehicles to represent specific targets. All right. So I have, so before, as you see, this is a straight line. And I say, actually, there is no simple straight line between the models, the vehicles of representation, and what is represented. We go through a number of different steps, and I try to show you that. There's a point to this in a minute. You see, we have a phenomenon, we have specific ways of observing, of measuring, of quantifying, of defining, of we make specific assumptions, we use statistics, we idealize. There's some stuff that we never really consider, we formalize, we generalize. These are some of the steps we use to actually fit our vehicle of representation to the phenomena we are studying. And the idea I use in the book is to say, in interdisciplinary settings, there must be some kind of combination of these things, or at least introduction of new elements here in this relation, if we are to, that must be the effect somehow. So here we have an interdisciplinary setting where up here we have one approach, as I call it. You can see the sharp corners. Down here, that must be some sort of hard science. You can see that on the sharp corners. Down here we have something much softer. That must be something from SSH. And in the middle we have the interdisciplinary approach where we have combined some sharp elements with some soft elements, right? That's the very general superficial description of the method of analysis, right? So we should be able to detect elements from different disciplines if they are actually combined from an epistemic perspective. Now that's very high level and just with a bit of illustration. So I'm going to run through a case study, which are the last 50 pages of this book. I'm not going to go through every detail, but it will just be an illustration Also an illustration of how specifically you have to do your analysis. I picked a single publication from a research program at a psychiatric facility in Copenhagen. It is a publication by Professor Josef Parnas, who is a quite famous psychiatrist from Denmark, and Julie Norgaard, who's his collaborator here. And they published this as part, as I said, of a research program which is trying to add nuance to our understanding of schizophrenia. The research program is called EASE, and this is how they describe it themselves. They say EASE integrates recent psychiatric research and European phenomenological psychiatry with some current work in cognitive science and phenomenological philosophy. So here we have elements from different disciplines, you might say, current psychiatry, European phenomenological psychiatry, that is like Carl Jaspers and the like from the early 20th century, and cognitive science, that's current work in cognitive science, that's not very specific, and phenomenological philosophy. There you have Edmund Husserl, Martin Heidegger, and stuff like that, and they try to incorporate that. The goal is, as I said, just before, to add nuance to the standard construal of schizophrenia by pointing out some structural changes of subjective experience which allegedly correlate with schizophrenia spectrum disorders. And this is we're back here with the not so straight lines, right? And this is just really a superficial analysis of what they do. It's called approach-based analysis, right? As you see, there's not one line, but 3 lines. That's because they have picked out 3 different groups of patients which they analyze. The first one, and I do have it. First we have the vehicle of representation. That's the idea that schizophrenia is caused by a fundamental disturbance of what they call the basic self, which is picked from phenomenology, the basic self, right? And then they have the 3 groups. For some reason, this is in Danish. Patients suffering from schizophrenia, schizotypal personality disorder, and then patients with anxiety and depression. And then the steps they go through, I will show you that. The analysis here. First, closest here to the groups of patients, we have something we can characterize as standard psychiatry elements. Then we have a sharp shift into this green thing where they go qualitative into some sort of in-depth analysis, phenomenologically based. And then they sort of slide into some sort of quantification to go back into the blue color. That's back to being psychiatry again. And that is because this is a psychiatric study, so they have to publish in a psychiatric journal, so it has to fit the requirements there. And the steps here they go through is, first they use the standard diagnostic criteria to separate these groups. They have to do that. It has to be sort of follow the official criteria for being diagnosed with schizophrenia in order to do this study in the first place. Then they use exclusion criteria. These are also, this is also a basic step they go through in psychiatry. So if you have symptoms of schizophrenia, but you're taking hearing, then we say that then it's probably not just caused by schizophrenia. The problem is that drug abuse, alcohol abuse, that might be fine to exclude that, but they also exclude people who are psychotic, for instance, which is a central symptom in schizophrenia, because psychotic patients are really difficult to handle. So the most severe cases of schizophrenia are actually excluded from studies, and that might be a bit of a problem. Then what they do, now we're into the qualitative analysis, then they do qualitative interviews with the patient based on a semi-structured form of analysis, where they have developed this large interview guide based on ideas from phenomenological philosophy. where they ask them questions about the disturbances of the basic self as it is. Then they go, then they score, the interviewers score the responses from the patients on a Likert scale, that like a 5-point scale, reaching from not present to severely present, right? This part is actually quite good, I think. This part, the qualitative interviews. And it's really, there's really good reason to include something about the subjective experience of suffering from schizophrenia in research about schizophrenia. Pretty obviously, and it's not included in standard psychiatry at all. So that's a really healthy step. Scoring that on a Likert scale, maybe there are some questions, it's questionable at least, but the next step, taking what they score here on the 5-point scale and making that into either or, not or yes. They dichotomize the answers. That's quite problematic because if you have a little bit of some disturbance here, then you get a 1, and that's the same as if you have a severe condition. That's a bit of a problem. The reason why they do that is because on the next step, in order to publish, they have to do a statistical analysis. They have to have significant results, and they cannot do that on these numbers. So, in order to get back into psychiatry, they sort of they mess up their qualitative results. How am I doing on time here? Not so good. Should I stop? Okay, so the basic conclusion is when we analyze it in this way, the conclusion is that actually combining the phenomenological analysis with the standard psychiatry, in this case at least, actually messes up both parts. So the phenomenology is destroyed over here, but there are also some pretty good things about actually the standard psychiatry, which is messed up in this part of it. I cannot go into all the details, there are 50 pages in the book you can read about it here. Okay, so
thank you, Mike. Are we going to handle that? We are not terribly late, but we are late. Should be on break at 5 and have the coffee break at 5:30. It's 5:20 now. So, but just let's take a few minutes to talk about what we just heard. We're going to pass on others for questions and comments. Maybe I'll start with one. Yes.
Are we allowed to discuss among us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Would you like to start there?
I have a dissatisfaction with your model role. Okay. So I'm going to go for it. And I'm going to say, I felt the same earlier today, that your linear model, someone, knowledge, something, purpose,
yes,
which you came back to, the guy, I didn't get his name,
Ronald Geary.
Okay. So that linear model, I'm going to hold it up against Zhao's work. And I'm going to say that the way Zhao described it, if I understand, is not linear in the way you described, but was someone, an object in the world, a problem space, which then elicits, you go searching for the conceptual tools and the disciplinary tools to work beyond limits that currently exist, using new methods like the genetics. Okay? So, and then what was interesting in your schizophrenia example is that it wasn't linear, because in fact you jumped at schizophrenia, they're looking at schizophrenia, rather like our argument, they're dissatisfied with the existing tools that are available from psychiatry to look at schizophrenia. Of course, they're not alone. Think about Ronald Lang, long history of dissatisfaction with psychiatry's approach to certain kinds of mental illness and to the experience of suffering that ill patients have. And so, in fact, it's the object. They then look for different tools, phenomenological approaches to and qualities of interviewing. So I just wanted to make that point and to show that it is this feeling of constraint by the limits of the existing methodologies and paradigms that compels people to seek to use interdisciplinary methods. Now, where you ended up was that in fact it was a bad mishmash, because you said the mix of phenomenological insight and qualitative interviews plus the standard psychiatry. I'd love to read those 50 pages, it doesn't work, you said.
In this particular case.
I'm sitting here thinking, well, it's interesting to ask you then, was the not working, do you feel it was the intrinsic nature of what they did, or just this particular approach?
It was not the intrinsic nature of what they did. It was the reason, the primary reason why it didn't work was the requirements for publishing in psychiatry. And that, so they weren't able to do what they would prefer to do. And simply they had to publish it. They had to, and actually they get things the wrong way around, because they state that this disturbance of the basic self is a fundamental causal element in schizophrenia research, and then they start by delimiting their categories of patients by other means. They are not able to sort of turn that around and say, let's study whether this is actually a better category than schizophrenia, for instance. So I think there's nothing wrong with the idea. There's nothing wrong with doing this kind of interdisciplinary thing, but there are requirements in societal, how we will categorize them that stops them from doing it right.
Specifically the journals and the disciplinary structures.
Yes.
And how do you feel about my dissatisfaction with the linearity? That the object, in fact, the way I put it in my talk is that our objects, we bring forms of knowledge to the object, but the object answers back. And it requires us often to say, but this is completely another, so I have to seek other resources.
My answer would be, I completely agree. This is an extremely idealized model, which is basically good for provoking people, I think, and provoking people and provoking thought, actually, and discussion. So it's not. This is not how I see it as such. So we agree.
Would you like to comment more on each other's work before we go to questions?
I cannot comment. Otherwise, I will be very evil. I don't want to.
Can I read the quote from Judith Thompson? This is practitioners often learn by doing, yet failing to use pertinent literature and other resources is as inexcusable for cross-disciplinary and cross-sector work as it is for disciplines and professions. And late in her life, she shifted the use of the umbrella term from interdisciplinary, because it often gets mixed in with, trying to blend in disciplines. And she went back to cross-disciplinary, not cross-disciplinary with a hyphen, but cross-disciplinary as one word. But I didn't want to bring it up earlier because that would just confuse people, and people are confused by this. But if you will notice that in the American context, somebody like Michael O'Rourke, who does the philosophy of interdisciplinarity, he has adopted that. Dan Stokos, who does the science of team science, like transdisciplinary research, he also has adopted it. So there are researchers in the United States who are now using a new term for the umbrella term, which I think goes to say that, you know, this problem of definition is because you always have to define it for yourself. It's always the local context.
But the interesting with the interdisciplinarity and other matters, other subjects, is that there are words which have an indeterminate meaning because they are trying to say something that we are not yet able to see clearly. And when we are humanity, when humanity is able to see clearly, then the word is there. You understand? Yeah. Before it is used in a very ambiguous way, and said maybe it is cross-disciplinarity. It's not a problem of the word; it's a problem of the object, of the content of the word. That is what matters. You see, it's not the question of it is multi or inter or pluri or cross. Maybe I can adopt cross. There's no problem. The problem is what did these words mean? That is the main important thing. What do they mean? What is the significance? What are they trying to tell us? Because, you know, language is a fundamental issue. And we think with language, and we cannot think without language. But then we construct some words, and then we are improving our knowledge about what it is, and then we find the exact word. So mathematicians are very happy because they find it in the beginning.
It's a continually.
But philosophers, they only find in the end.
Concept, you know, like democracy or love.
Yes.
Can anyone tell me what love is?
Yeah, of course.
So we constantly are discussing. Yes.
It's not a problem of, say, passion, love, whatever, but what matters is what it is. Yes. What are we meaning by the word? And in this narrative is the same thing. What is it matters, really matters.
But each locale has to define it for itself. Each place, like the center for interdisciplinary studies, and I think you said that this morning. The way you define it, and the way you define it is how you use it, or how you think about it.
Can I just pick up on this? And because it seems to me that a lot of the work that was being discussed here attempts to describe the structures of interdisciplinarity. And for example, we're talking about logics of innovation, accountability, ecology. Olga was talking about interdisciplinarity happens whether you like it or not. It just and being willing to do it. So in the sense that you have to only a question of how it works. Well, in the so you could talk a little bit.
Thank you. Be a little bit pessimistic. I've been watching these fields, engineering, computer science, in music technology. to stay within these very strong carapaces, to publish within these established journals. And we know this is true. I'm sorry for the economists present, but as I understand it, economics and political science are particularly, in the social sciences, particularly strongly oriented to a few journals that can, at least in Britain, that's how it's seen. So I would be quite pessimistic. I wish the attitude could outlive these conditions, but it seems from what I see that I would be pessimistic.
Yes, I mean, I think there may be desire for greater interdisciplinarity, but actually I think we are in reactionary times. And the kind of what was talked about before, the kind of the growth of assessment, it isn't just at a kind of institutional level, it percolates down to the consciousness of younger researchers. So the kind of the ethics of which is absolutely central, as you said. I say to PhDs and postdocs, actually you've got to follow what you think is the argument you want to make. But there's always a kind of response, well, I should be publishing in this journal to get potentially with a job or in several papers and so forth. So there's a degree of kind of institutional reaction in class which induces a damaging conservatism, which is problematic in the moment. But I think just be careful about generalizing. I'm doing it now because it will work very differently within different institutional ecologies. I think some of the tendencies we were talking about in the last section, but assessment are also damaging as well. Okay.
I think it's different things. One thing is science, and another thing is scientific virtues, which are necessary for doing science. But of course, you can also be someone who just needs to have money, and you enter in a project, and you have some students, and you have some prestige, or you have some money to go abroad, or whatever. And I suppose that this guy will never do something important. But they exist. But science itself, it's done by people that existed somewhere and that exist today in some places. And those who are going to produce something new, those are guys with some virtues. I believe in that. A virtue of honesty, the love of truth. I do believe in that. And the same with interdisciplinarity, because interdisciplinarity is a way of doing science, a contemporary way of doing science. It can be very not well done. There can be people completely stupid that do completely stupid experiments. But that has nothing to do with interdisciplinarity. As the same with people that does creationism or whatever in America, or I don't know, that teach science has nothing to do with that. But of course, this guy can have a much better money, much better car, much better. But what are our criteria? Our criteria is not that. We are speaking about science. So we look to a great scientist, and we see that he has some virtues. He has curiosity, love to truth, honesty of thought. Otherwise, you will never be a good scientist. And the same with interdisciplinarity. To do interdisciplinarity, you have to be generous. You have to be curious. You have to be really interested in what the guys are doing. You have to be able to learn, to have the humility to say, I don't know nothing about that. I have to learn. I go home and study. Tomorrow we will continue our talk. But if you don't mind and you go to the movies, and the day after, you are not going to do good interdisciplinarity, of course. So we are speaking about some serious matters. And of course there are errors, of course there are abuses, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, because science is something that has begun 2,000 years ago. and it will go on as one of the most sublime activities of mankind. And they provide good results. Even if there are papers with troubles, sociologists like to study that. What are the errors, the committed errors, the journals that publish awful things that are mistakes and things like that? That doesn't matter. Science is not concerned with that. And interdisciplinarity is not concerned with that experiment. Not at all. That has nothing to do with interdisciplinarity. We have to say that is a bad experience of people who doesn't know anything, who is not interested in really find a way and really find truth. And as a philosopher, we only are interested in truth. Otherwise, we are not philosophers. That's why Socrates was that.
Sorry, we're really running very late. I'm just going to have Bob and then Tanya, and then I'm sorry, we're just going to go sorry. Or not the first
Okay, just you actually mentioned it. I just wanted to say there was one part of the attitude that we haven't really discussed, which I think is really central and really important, and that is the humility you just mentioned there. So that you actually work thoroughly on introducing and sort of on taking the elements we want to incorporate seriously and learning and understanding that. And actually, just really briefly, in one setting in development of attempts to develop interdisciplinary education at Copenhagen University, we've seen that one thing that sort of prevents humility appears to be that students, when they start at a new study, they appear to be in some sort of identity forming process, which happens by saying, we are studying the best discipline, the other guys are idiots, and they want to continue thinking like that until they reach a certain level. So there's actually quite a bit of resistance among the students for making their educations more interdisciplinary. We've experienced that.
Yeah, very quickly, Regina, I think of Thomas, the structure of the scientific revolution. So he said that most science is this incremental stuff, right? And it's very rare, usually with a younger person who's a little bit outside or critical of the discipline, who makes the big advancement, right? The paradigm shift. Right, you could say that is transdisciplinary. So that's number one. Number two, going to the attitude, I think is what you were saying, Rolf. It is a set of behaviors or a pattern of behaviors that you can notice. It's not necessarily attitude. It's not something essential, characteristic. I don't know about virtue. I just finished an encyclopedia article on interdisciplinarians and transdisciplinarians that next year there's going to be a handbook of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity that Frederick Darbelay of Switzerland is editing. And I think there's 150 contributors. One of them have 2 entries. So I will just say that I kind of surveyed all the literature on interdisciplinarians and transdisciplinarians, and it's very interesting. You know, I think it goes back to Olga's point. It's like people often do it because they can't do anything else, or they have to do it. You know, they can't find the discipline, like I mentioned earlier, which would solve my problem. You know, or it's the money or anything else. There's a whole host of reasons. So there's not one reason, I would say.
Well, I'm sure there will be much more to talk about, and to be honest, things to ask you. But let's move on to a short coffee break, about 10 minutes, but let's thank again our authors for talking about it. So let's do a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume.
I think the new, yeah, she's always very wonderful, very snappy. She had a very fast cancer. Yeah, she survived one cancer and then